Hello everyone, welcome back to the stream, and for those of you on YouTube, welcome back to the VOD. Today's stream is going to be a little bit earlier today, so I can try to get done, because I do have some stuff to do tonight, but I wanted to still do a decent length stream, so we're starting kind of early. We'll open up the stream with a good old recap here. So, yesterday we built this Flux Crafter Monstrosity. Very nice. We'll probably have to do the same thing with some Ender Crafting soon. Very similar method. We built this guy, the Mechanical Empower Multi-Block. This is an input side. He's got an output back here, which we'll have to like fully link forward and set this up with some kind of just basic interface from the IME system. Shouldn't be too difficult. We'll probably just use an interface automatically. I don't know if these will pull or anything out, but the interface it'll push automatically in, so this should be fine. Probably just link it to that guy. Thinking about how we'll do our cabling for that. Because he is across. I guess we could build the extra layer up here and stuff for the actual walls of the room, and then have the piping come across and over. That'd probably be fun. Yeah, so we got that going. We've got all of our seeds up here. So things are at, 17,000 essence for those guys. These lower seeds are around 29,000 each. That's not too bad. The ones that we did a little bit later on are 22-ish thousand. Yeah, so pretty much 20,000 of everything. Very nice. Bunch of the extra seeds of all these tines as well, just in case they're needed for other seed types as we get to the extended crafting for like the tier forward seeds and such, since all of the alloys pretty much need the lower tier seeds that the alloy would actually be made out of. Plus a bunch of niche seeds here just in case we have like odd requirements that are needed. Yeah, it's very nice. We set up all of the tier 1 through 3 normal seeds, and none of the mob seeds. We'll do those eventually. They won't be too hard, but we just don't have the stuff for them right now, so not gonna worry about it. We just threw them next to our Botania setup, linked in with the good old storage drawer, and all of these guys are linked with the link tool, right? Yep. So, mechanical and power. Let's set this up real fast. So we need ourselves some good old factory blocks. Make like 2,000 more just because. Fill up our full inventory with them for now, and then just change them all out to this guy. Craft all. Do it 2 blocks out so it's not connected on diagonal. We can add an extra like 2 layers here. Cool. Throw those guys back in there. Okay. Cable. Let's see. So I'm pretty sure we can't do this because, like, this guy would be having issues with the... I kind of figured it'd have an issue with the flux point, not with the other blocks here. Okay, now it has the issue with the flux point. I think even if we tried to, like, do it disconnected, it wouldn't work for this guy. But our best method is definitely just going to be looping over and around. So, this doesn't really need to actually be here. This can be on either side. This doesn't matter. It's just power. So we can actually put that above right there. That gives us an easy little frame that we can just grab ourselves a pattern provider. An extended one just in case. And I'm pretty sure we can still connect into these guys without much of an issue. Let's select grid targeting. Oh, this. Hold left control. Press the joint here. Control. Right click. Force a joint. Bam. That is how you can do extremely direct pipes. If you wanted a more clean factory look while still using the curvy pipes mod, I think this guy will work fine. I'm going to set this pattern guide to lock crafting until primary crafting results returned. So this won't let it cycle any extra crafts, just in case that like bugs out a machine or something. We don't want that to happen. Hopefully one of these ports being full will be fine. And let us get all of the recipes for the mechanical and power set up real fast. Mechanical and power. Press A on this guy to just pull him over to the side. Okay, 16 blocks of diamond into 16 diamantine blocks. Yep. Emeradic. 16 is the highest, right? Yeah, okay, cool. Inori. I forget what this one is. Palace. Estonia. Void crystal. The armor plus guys, which we will need these. Just making sure that we don't have the crafting variants we don't. So there's another way to get this right. Oh, you can do it through normal craft. Oh, but it takes a tick to do 8. Yeah, we'll give it these recipes. That's fine. Armor plus netherite. Fused frost crystal. Okay. Then the empowered variants of all the blocks. I hope the recipe is just shown like that, but it doesn't actually require them to be staggered in slot. I would assume not, right? Surely it's just how the recipe was put in, but it's actually shapeless considering it just has an open inventory storage. Let's see, empowered Inori. Palace. Estonia. Void. The normal frost crystals, non-empowered. Normal lava crystals, also non-empowered. Make black lotuses directly. That's pretty cool. That's just some straight up mana. Nether wart, which is useless. Okay. We'll do the capacitors. Double layer capacitor. Also do the octadics while we're there. Don't need soul sand, nether wart. Actually, soul sand could be nice. I could see us maybe needing the soul sand at some point. And that should be everything. Hopefully this fits all of them. Yeah, it does. Perfect. That manages all of our different diamantine results and everything. So, diamond block, emerald block, iron block, gold block, cool. Lapis block. What was the other one? Coal block. We have coal blocks naturally, but we don't actually have that encoded, so. We'll also just encode coal since I'm already looking at it. Okay. It should pretty much guarantee all the base variants of these guys, and then I guess we'll set up their down crafting variants to get, turn an empowered palace block down into empowered palace as they're needed for other recipes. Just because I'm not sure if we'll use all these outside of their block forms anyways, because I think I can just use the blocks themselves for the empowered super block or whatever, and for the black iron blocks. I will need their downcrafted variants though, for some things. Ultimate gem, making the ultimate crafting table itself as well. Okay, so we'll have to set them up, but they won't be an issue. They're literally just a matter of a crafting recipe. I just don't feel like doing it right now. Well, with that guy set up, I guess first things first. Let's make some empowered Restonia blocks. We'll make 16. Perfect. Nice. It worked exactly as it should, because it's only a fifth of a second or so per crafting recipe. So this guy's working, receives it back to the stuff. Beautiful. Love to see it. Alright, and that was all for these empowered void crystal blocks needed for the black iron blocks. The black iron blocks are going to also need compressed slate. We also need Enderium, and we manually made it like 1,000 and something enhanced redstone ingot blocks. 1,024, I believe. So those guys will be fine. So slates are pretty much the only goal. And just make sure. Actually, Enderium could be taught as well. No, we know it. We just don't know Enderium blocks. I'll teach that then too. Enderium ingot into. Where's the Enderium block? There we go. Okay. So we need blood magic. Oh, something else. Our void miners have been working, so we're up to 902 of the verdium, the tier 4 miner. So we should probably get one of those guys up. Let's see if the quest book has the layout for him. He needs 44 of his frames and 6 modifiers with 39 glass panels. Okie dokie. So let us set up the verdium miner. Verdium block. Verdium frame. Alright, let's make... I think we have enough... we definitely have enough stuff for 2. We might have enough stuff for 3. We'll see. So 2 is going to take 36 plus 352. It's a little under 400. So we could actually make 4. Might not quite have enough for 4 and upgrades. So we'll just make 3. Let's make 1 more of these guys. And then 44 more of this. I believe it said 39 glass panels each. Yep. 39 times 3, 108. That's not right. Yeah, no. It'd be 117. I was just missing the additional 9 there. I just did 2 9s for the 18. I was like, oh, 90 plus 18. No, 90 plus 27. I can do math. So 117 should be it. And then 18 of the null modifiers, which we will then upgrade all the way up after we use it to build the multi. The multis all default to that. That should be good. Let's get 3. Actually, we'll yoink the setup off of 3 of the tier 1 miners, I think. We get 3 of those guys displaced now. So we'll take their points, interfaces, and pipes. That should be good. And grab a little bit of cobble just in case I want something to build with. I guess I don't need to actually worry about all that now since I can access the system from over here. Yep, I think you 3 guys will be yoinked. Break all these guys apart real fast. Not touching any of those. And we can vein mine all that. Cool. Then we can just connect these 3 guys. Actually, I could just put them right back down. Never mind, I'll just reallocate them. Set up our trunk borders so we don't go outside of this section. And let's look up miner. Void miner tier 4 verdium. We'll just put in all that glass pane, that'll be fine. I'm not too worried about these multis crossing, the boundary or whatever. Because it's all loaded, so it should be fine. That was pretty much my universal interactions with these. Missing verdium frame. Oh. Okay. That would make sense. I just didn't grab them. I was like, did I miscount somehow? I was like, I don't think so. I did 88 and then I made 44 individually after that. Go. Okay. We got these guys set up so we can turn off our trunk border. Let's break out all of our null modifiers. Actually, hold on. Okay. It needs RF before it'll even tell me what its stuff is going to take. So it takes 700 ticks per operation. So I'm thinking 4 item bonuses and 2 speeds of the verdium tier. That's how I'll do these. Sounds good to me. And we'll probably have to upgrade some of our power system because these guys are going to start drawing a lot with 6 upgrades, since the power draw, the consumption increase, is multiplicative on these. And I refuse to make any energy upgrades for them. That seems like such a waste, because it takes so long for them to make the stuff needed for the extra guys. Okay, null modifiers. Let us make, it'd be what, 12 of these and 6 speeds. Perfect. Then our routine ones can go back in. Speed upgrades also go back in. And we'll just craft them all up. Sugar cane. Give me a few stacks worth. Convert it all to sugar. Get all 12 of these guys. Verdium tier, all 6. And verdium tier, all 12. Nice. We still have 248, so we could actually make another one if we wanted. I'll probably just leave it for now. Okay. Swap these guys around. Do 2 of these guys and 4 of the items. Ooh, 44,000 arithmetic now. They have gone up slightly in their cost. Still, not even quite a solar panel each. And we also have plenty of a power buffer. For some reason, these were to be more expensive than expected, but we should be chilling. Let's grab our wireless connectors. Oh, I should need our wireless setup kit as well. Okay, so do this and this. Power them all up. And grab our pipes. That's funny, I still have the axial selection on, so it just wants to choose the core of the block. It's going to keep it all pretty set up there. Ooh, wrong way. Track that way. Track that way. How? 493 ticks now for a 10.5x item boost. Yeah, so it gets 10 of whatever it mines immediately now, which is pretty nice. It just seems to be how that works. Okay. I'll take it. Oh, like this one got some of the next tier, and it got 10 of the next tier crystal already. Okay, neat. So the item boost, literally, it gets one item, so it doesn't get multiple types of items. But the one item it does get is boosted by the full item boost amount. Rounded down, because it's a 10.5x boost. Okay, good to know. Keep that in mind. Okay, and then let's use our connector kits. And this will just have it send all of the stuff into our system. Perfect, that automates these guys, and they're 493 ticks each. They produce 10 items per section, so every, what is that, 25 seconds or so, we get 30 random things. That's pretty cool, considering that can be the azurine crystals or whatever. I like it. And then we'll have to do everything to make the next tier. Our next tier will start KOing some of these guys as well. Probably get rid of the last of the tier 1s whenever we're making the tier 5s. And just kind of keep setting them up and then replacing the earlier variants until eventually we get to the great ones. Not too shabby. Just wanted to get that out of the way to make sure we started producing the azurine. Like, we're already at 20. That's actually probably only 20-30 minutes out from getting us the next tier of miner. So we will keep that guy in mind. Love to see it. I like that point of the miners when they finally start scaling, because they take forever. Like the fact that we started with 5 or 9 of the tier 1s and it still, you know, only gave us enough for a few of the tier 2s the next day is a little tough. They're a little slow. Although we could have scaled it up even more. These guys produce 65k each, right? Yeah. So our power production is still fine. What's our total output right now? About 260,000 a tick or so. So, roughly these 4 panels and all of the other panels are extra. Okay, cool. So we do not need to scale up power yet. I think that's going to be fine. Our other bit here is going to be blood magic. That's kind of what our other progression there is stalled on, because we're going to need the extended crafting, so I think blood magic needs to be set up. And with that, I kind of want to change how some of this other stuff works. Let's make another waystone. Just to make sure. Yeah. I don't have one in the Twilight Forest yet. Twilight. Cool. That will let us get rid of all of this. Actually, one more waystone. Okay, we did all that, and let us make sure that our magnet is on. That might be a lot of items. Let's just grab 2 wirelesses. We got, oh yeah, we got a medium pipe. Let's get extended interface, because this guy can do twice the item input. Just here for now. This is just going to be a little temporary setup. Just want to drain these chests out. Extract interval 1. Let's just set it to extract. Interval of 1. Yeah, it's doing pretty good. It's chunking them out. This guy drained the chests all completely real fast. Yeah, a few thousand grains of infinity and things. Just all of our basic resources that we've already been sieving for most of these anyways. Automatically. Some of this specialty stuff that was sieved from like gold mesh sand and stuff, but not too shabby. Okay, grab all the upgrades. Alright. Alright, our little plot of all of this is gonna have to go. I do know that we have one piece of bedrock here underneath, but that's fine. We have things set in the nether, so we don't need this up. That guy was our temporary blow things up section. It'd be nice. Do all the tiers of shovels real fast. Then all the tiers of axe. Because I would actually like to have a Paxel here. I like my tool being solidly multi-purpose. Okay, go throw all these guys in. It's a premium shovel. It's a premium axe. That's funny, did I not encode the inferior max? Whoops. Cool. Shovel, axe, pickaxe. Wait on this guy to finish up. Once again, just crafting up all of the lower tier essences. Not the quickest thing in the world, but it's also not so slow that I actually care. So, no big deal. Perfect. Use it on this guy and a Paxel. Okay. Yes, there we go. I just keep finding myself mining things that need, an axe for their quickest mining option, and not having an axe is inconvenient, to say the least. Let's just dump all of this in here. Grab my builder's wand. I'll get him back eventually whenever I need him next. Multi-block tool can go away. Crystal binder can go away. I'll keep my weapon on me. Linking tool can go up. That can go up. Okay, break all these. Home can go there for now. I might find him a better location later. Not sure. Grabs sand just because that's what I saw first. Dang it. Natural water off the side. Get out of here. Okay. We have a thing to the end, right? We do. Okay. Goodbye to the end cake as well. Alright. Break this barrel. And we'll also grab our tinkering table and move him inside somewhere. You can go next to miscellaneous machines. Of course, you're going to place to the left. Thought about it as I clicked it down too. I'm like, it's going to go in the wrong spot, isn't it? Yep. Bed shouldn't matter. Should still spawn us like It'll spawn us on land right here somewhere if we die for some reason. Most likely if I die, I'll just be doing slash back immediately anyways. So, should not be a thing of any worry. You can say. How do I want to set this up? That guy's probably going to have to move. You will set him up in a room. I guess the issue is this can't have a roof on it, really. Hence why these guys are still entity conveyors all the way up here, is it will just continuously spawn as high as it possibly can in the range, and I don't know how far the actual range is for the portals to both spawn the enemies and how far they can get away, like away from the portal before it'll fail. I'm not informed on that. I have to look that up and then build like an actual like platform or something for that. But for now, he can float there. I don't think he'll be in the wet. Okay. What do we want our connection path here to be? I guess we could keep it fairly standard. It doesn't really need to be in any, unique way. The staircase up from it, or down from it. Down from it will have to go a little bit further if we want to do that, because this obsidian will have to make sure we cover it. Maybe staircase down. Then have, like a sub-level, like, do like a circle here or something. Could do good old hexagon. Then have branching sides off of each side of the hexagon. I guess the problem with that is Minecraft. You gotta building diagonals is just my absolute nemesis. Could build a circle with flat edges. A circle with its far side edges being 7 blocks. I don't know what the math on that would be, but so it matches the staircases down or whatever, and then it's effectively just 3 branching off directions instead. Just the cardinals. Yeah, that could be good. That could be good. I don't think that'd be terrible. Because I'm definitely going to want some other building stuff. The question is, how many buildings do I really need additional? I don't think many is, the answer. Because, like, we can have one for our blood magic. Okay, it's something in real life. Someone's using, like, a blender or something that's really high pitched. I thought it was in game for a second. I was like, what in the world is making this noise? And then I realized it was not in game. Anyways, so like a building for blood magic because it's kind of a menace of a thing. Sure. How many more multi blocks are there going to be? Let's look up masterful and then controller. How many we got here? Blue fabrication plant. Okay. So not going to need the water condenser. It literally only makes water and that's it. That's all it does. Pinky machine makes pink slime ingots and crimson iron ingots in slightly less than a second. Oh, but at no expense of actual pink slime. I was like, what's the super benefit here other than it doing slightly, like, probably slightly quicker? It doesn't need pink slime, it uses water and pink dye. Okay, but he's a baby machine. He's super small. Okay. Multi-compactor machine controller. Okay, so he's for quickly compacting all of the fuels. Says you'll get the Philosopher's Stone and Master Infusion Crystal back. Okay, neat. So they're not consumed in the actual crafting recipe. Noted. Okay, and he compresses. Okay, so he's a 2-tick recipe compressor for the essences as well. Okay, that seems pretty useful. That'll make it even quicker. It crafts them pretty fast already, but if it can just 2-tick the recipes instead, that seems pretty obvious to me what the solution there is. And also, like, eh, I've just observed a new tier of things. Okay, and they're just used for like the other specialty crafting. I was like, what in the world? Why is this from anything mystical? Mystical expansion. Okay, noted. So multi-compactor, definitely a useful structure. Okay, he's kind of chunky. Not super expensive. 7x compressed cobblestone, kind of expensive, but he's just a chunky boy. That's fine. Um, in theory, we could move the hostile neural network stuff away and use this room for multi-blocks and then keep this room for like probably use both of these rooms actually for both multi-blocks and our extended crafting because extended crafting is going to take room, multi-blocks are going to take room. So maybe this room will get removed, repurpose a different building or a section of a different building in for our hostile neural networks later that we're going to fully expand out because we're going to need at least one simulation chamber for every single prediction. And there's quite a few of them. We're going to need a place to build an extreme reactor. We probably want it kind of chunky because we're gonna need to go through the process of all of the tiers of their fuels now too. Yeah, I need the rosenite and the insanite and things. Thankfully, that doesn't need much. It's really just a matter of kind of time on your initial reactor and stuff for throughput. So we'll need a place to put this guy. Probably want to make a big one. So we could have a building sub to multiple things. Hostile neural networks, if we're going to do a building, like a multi-building, we could do, branch off here, branch off into 3 ways, branch off into another building, and the other building has a few different rooms on it. A room that has, blood magic, a room that has hostile neural networks, and a room that has something else fairly similar, potentially Woot, if we need something from Woot for that specifically. Keep it all like mob related in that one. Do another building off. That one we can have our power system stuff in, so maybe we put Power in it for like I don't know, their energizers aren't really gonna take much room though. We'll get seeds to overdo them anyways. But anyways, we could have another building, 3 rooms. We could have a room with Power stuff in it. We can have a room with nuclear craft things in it, and then we can have a room for our extreme reactors. Gives us a third building. Third building can manage. What can it manage? Well, we're gonna need a place for crazy AE2 for sure. These are all decently sized multi blocks, so a room for that. What about 2 other rooms we could do with it? I have no idea what the Naquata reactor. It's actually only a 9x9x9. I'll worry about that later. I think I've said that every single time I've clicked on that quest line to look at it. Uh, This will kind of get encompassed by our normal machines. I forgot we didn't like take out the thing. This guy is gonna get obsoleted by the pinky thing because you don't actually need pink slime for much else other than. Actually, we do. Okay. Yeah. And there's no way around this either. You gotta get the pink slime from the mob slaughter factory. I do not think you can melt him in any way. Like you can't melt pink slime drops or anything. So you're pretty much forced into this. So we're gonna need some kind of small mob setup for pink slime. Could use soul surge stuff. I haven't seen anything so far that will even really need to take accelerate, so I won't worry about that for now. Okay, so what was that? Crazy A2. Probably actually needs 2 rooms thinking about it, because one of them's really big. The like research thing or whatever. Yeah, this guy in the top here. This is a pretty big section that you need to build that out. That's like a whole room on its own. Plus the others are all multis as well. Okay, so maybe a section for crazy AE2. Industrial Forgoing's gonna need a mob farm somewhere. Although maybe we squeeze the Industrial Forgoing mob farm, keep it nice and small, and put him next to the other like mob related ones. The one that'll have blood magic in it, it'll have hostile neural networks in it, and it'll have potentially woot. I guess maybe if we don't end up needing woot, we can just have a mob farm as our third room on that one. Have one for all the crazy AE2 stuff because that's going to be some big multis, and then we have one for Powa. What's it called? Extreme reactors and nuclear craft. Okay, I've found a use for 3 buildings with 9 rooms, and I think that's pretty much it. Because I think everything else we're really messing with already kind of has a place. Because we got 2 rooms for our extended crafting and our multi-blocks in our main stuff. I guess I didn't check all of them. Like that guy was like kind of chunky, but he'll fit if we repurpose the hostile neural networks room, especially mega dissolver. Do I even need these for anything now? Oh, fusion and fission chambers. These guys were always kind of cool. Not sure if I'll need those. Yeah, Mega Dissolver anyways gives you pretty much all the base variants of these guys if they're absolutely needed for something. Mechanical and Power we already did, and he's small. Mega Dissolver wasn't that big, right? Yeah. Yeah, even the higher tier, it's only a 5x5x5. Yeah, Infinity Crucible, a small. Easy fit, only has 2 recipes for chaos stuff. Fire Attuned, also very small. Little 2x2 guy. We will need him for some stuff, so keep that in mind. He'll fit anywhere. Event Horizon Antimatter Synthesizer Controller. We have all of a sudden moved to something completely outside of normal stuff here, I think. Polonium containing. Okay. So polonium containing seam, and we can do a bunch of buckets, 1,000 buckets at a time, inside the Event Horizon guy for 2 billion RF into polonium containing solution. And then for some extremely cursed reason, you are then still forced to use evaporation like setups. Ah, that's why. They have more thermal evaporation. So you can set up better evaporation multi-blocks. Alright, that makes sense. I was like, that seems really weird to me that you do all of that just to have that as your process still. That gives you polonium 208. Then that can be in the neutron activator into polonium. And then that gives you polonium pellets. Or you can convert it into antimatter for the SPS. Pretty decent chunky multi-block on its own actually for mechanism. Ah, well, instead of power mod, we could share that room section with the expectation that it also will have the mechanism multis in there that are needed. Speaking of which, the mechanism multis are going to be big. That building's going to have to be large. Large for the extreme reactor. It's going to have to be large for the mechanism multis. So we'll make sure our power building one's pretty decent. Essence Forge. Small, but useful. He does seeds. Every 5 seconds he'll do a growth seed, so the tier 3 gives you 1,000 essence of a seed. Which is pretty good. It does take ether gas, which we can make with Piglet Hearts and Nether Stars, which is effectively free, and a million RF. Yeah, so that's 2.5 million RF a second. It's nothing for 2.5 buckets of ether gas a second. Auto sieves, if we even end up using these, like I guess there's this infinity tier for infinity 10. What's the chance in the sieve? 63 converts directly into 25 versus you have in a vibranium mesh a 35% chance, potentially more if you enchant the mesh with fortune. Not sure if they have fortune capability on it. Yeah, so slightly less than 1 per 3, which would be exactly 21. Okay, no, so this probably adds up actually exactly. The 63 to 25 is a perfect ratio to the 35%, I think. Like, he's okay. He does a stack a tick. I just don't know if we need that for anything. The vibranium and all the modium and stuff would obviously be nice, but it's expensive enough on its own, like, already, so our route to get these things will probably be different than the heavy auto sieves. I'll consider it. He's not big anyways, right? No, he's not. So, it doesn't really matter. Auto crusher is literally completely unnecessary. It does a stack at a time, but so does my actual crusher for mechanism, which I think does pretty much all of this, so. It is nice if it avoids things like that. Like the grains of pizzality for the crystalline alloy, which we will need a lot of for crystalline ingots, no doubt. Okay. Alright, maybe the auto crusher has a place for those things. Oh, small anyways. Advanced awakening altar. What is this? Okay, so it's the awakening altar from mystical agriculture, is what it's visually based off of. But it also does basic fusion crafting for draconic evolution. Oh, and it'll let you craft unobtainium in a specialty way rather than finding it. I forgot we can craft all of those types of things. That's pretty expensive. That's very expensive, actually, compared to just finding it. But I guess it's a method. We'll need it anyways for the Infinity 8, unless we want to fusion craft it every time. The 10 as well. it looks like it covers a decent amount of the fusion crafting stuff, just really quick, two tick crafts instead. And the Awakened Supremium blocks. Although the Awakened Supremium Essence, anyways, can be done from the multi-compactor. I don't know. We'll make one anyways. He does look a little large, so we'll keep that in mind. But in the loot fabrication plant. Okay, so this guy produces 1,024 of a prediction every 5 seconds, as long as you have one of the specialty data models with 4 of a mob in it. For the cost of 2 billion RF, you know, like typical integer limit RF over 5 seconds. How much is that a tick? And then we'll divide that across by 5 seconds. And we'll divide that across by 20 ticks per second. That's actually less than I expected. 21.5 million RF a tick or so to actively run this guy. But he gives you 1,000 predictions. This is all he does. This does feel slightly unnecessary, I do have to say. Because the issue is these specialty extra data models already require you to run the mobs and get them to, like, you would need to get all 4 data models to self-aware tier, and in that process I think you would already generate enough of the predictions for what you would need. Because like this is realistically only for the ultimate prediction stuff, and you don't even need many of these. And once you get enough for the ultimate seed, so 8, which only requires 8 of each prediction type. Yeah, okay. I do not think the loot fabrication plant is useful in any regard, really, unless this is really cheap to make. And no, no, not really. I guess the trade-off, really, actually thinking about it, is you could make no, because the issue is it requires the enhanced models already. This doesn't circumvent anything. This is purely faster production, which you don't need because to get there you already have enough. Because like these tier 4 simulation chambers produce 64 predictions of a thing already at a time, or there's 64x. So I believe if you put in a data model that was, you know, the extra tier data model, which was all 4 of one mob, I'm pretty sure it would actually produce 256 predictions there immediately anyways. So you're only slightly slower than the loot fabrication plant for one of these tier 4 simulation chambers, and you need the same input material for it plus all the other shit for the fabrication plant. So I really don't understand what the point is. And I think the simulation chamber is cheaper RF wise too. You save on prediction matrices maybe? I don't know, man. That doesn't make much sense to me. I feel like that's kind of an unnecessary multi. But the other ones look pretty okay. None of them are really that big, so I think we're fine. Oh, I'm like, where am I? I forgot. My hover doesn't doesn't hover in this. So I've just been slowly floating into the void this whole time. Thankfully, we stopped yapping in time. Didn't start taking void damage. Okay, well, I think we've got a general idea of what to do here. Let us get frame blocks. Yeah, framed cube. Send him up. Somehow, actually, didn't have sticks encoded yet. Send him up. Send this guy up. And I think we can make 400 stairs for now. Should be fun. Not too shabby. Bunch of the copycat stairs because I figure we'll just continue using the factory blocks for these guys. Curious if I want to give them like a, you know, like a side railing or something here. And if so, how do I want to do that? Hmm. Oh, don't have any more of these. Some more of these guys. Convert these all over. Where is it? There it is. Okay. Oh, nice. Okay, these look better than I expected them to. I like that. Could do something else for the side there. Some food was made. Some good old grib. Okay, let me check this. This is gonna get stuck on her. Yeah. Okay. Let us then. Instead of a big staircase, maybe these guys all end up on like similar level here. Yeah. I think we can do that instead. Okay. Let's brought some food. Some delicious looking tostadas. One more block forward. Don't like the stairs. Get rid of that idea. It's fine. Have it step up with the staircase. Okay. Now how in the world does one make a circle? Actually, I guess that's fairly easy. Kind of just determines on how big I want the circle to be. So let us build out from here. And just make sure that we remember the amount we go. Oh, look, here I am. Finally with that wand. Made way too many stairs now with the change in plan to not do everything much lower than this building. Or on like different subsets with the lower core. I think just a basic staircase will work. Okay, with that being the edge of our circle, this will be our core inside. So we'll say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. I think we'll want it. I think 21's fine. Okay, so 21. You find the middle, it'll be 10 from both sides. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Just making sure my counting skills weren't too bad. So this guy is 21 across here. This should be 7 across. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Which means we're going to need to go another 7 off of both sides. Oh. Should be 7 right here, right? Yep, 7. So 1, 4, 5, 6, 7. This does kind of show the idea, I guess, slightly. Although we could staircase down off of these to the other buildings so that they do sit lower then maybe. Alright, maybe we're back to the lower staircase idea. Because I didn't want this like centerpiece to be too massively large. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then we can just kind of build in the connection. Okay, so maybe all of these buildings will go down. And the specific reason for that being this guy's large right here. And like if I want this building to be, to have 3 rooms off of it off the sides, 1, 2, 3 rooms, could interfere with that section. Just thinking about the dynamics of that, if that would truly be a problem or not. I don't know. I guess we could this building could be normal. So this building matches this like height. We go up the 1 staircase on this one after this section, condense it down, have an entranceway, and then have it be a smaller variant of that building. And then these guys both go down so that they're enough of a sub-level that they can have a decent-sized room and still be underneath this building, even if they're sideways. Or even if they don't touch this building, even if the rooms are still small enough off the sides that they're still below it. So 2 normal height, and then the 2 opposing down. I think I got an idea in mind. Blocks down what I want it to be then. Because that's already 1 block up. How tall would I want each individual room to be at the most for what I'm working on? Blood magic and stream reactors both gonna need a lot of space. You need height too. Going like 10 blocks down sucks. Or we just increase this staircase and we do make this staircase go lower, and we just have it like skip a stair occasionally on these ones so we don't hit the bedrock. Maybe that's our play instead. Because I do feel like having just the side staircases be like that much lower is going to be not nice. I don't think I'll like it much. Okay, remodeling. This is like our grandiose core building, so this is fine to have a bit of a more unique staircase on him. Alright, taking him out of my hotbar for now, because if I am holding shift so I can place things all properly, then he will scroll whenever I scroll my mouse wheel as well, and then change his mode, and it's annoying. Wish I could just build them off the bottom edge. It's fine, I guess. They all ended up flipped over, that's fine. It's funny, I'm doing all these stairs and stuff, but I'm just gonna fly back and forth between these guys. I already know it. So could have just as well made them big floating platforms and such. I don't know. Try Trying to do some kind of aesthetic here, even if it doesn't look that great. Makes me feel better knowing that I tried to build something. Yeah, okay. I think that'll work. I just built out this staircase. Probably could have done it on one side. It would have made my life a little easier later, but it negligibly. I just built the center down instead, since I need the staircase to be quite large. I think this will put us below enough. Very steep staircase. But now I should be able to do this. And the edges don't matter because I'm going to cover these guys fully with our factory, like our other side factory blocks. So like the underneath section not being filled in should be fine. Turn off our engine for this. I was curious if I could just hold right click on it. And I can if I'm standing on them, but you can place a block on them normally. Naturally as a side thing as well. Very meticulous work. How do stairs look like this? They're not connected textures at that point. They still look better, I wonder? I'm not sure. Add some texture to the side, I suppose. I don't know. If it connected to the texture on the side, that would look good. I think because it doesn't, though, I'm not a huge fan. Um, There's just a slant. What in the world is a framed stack slope panel? Okay, well, first things first, we can just try a frame slope. I think these do look marginally better than the stairs. They look good the whole way, I wonder. Try to like a little test like 4 of these. Yeah, you can see the angle from further away. And like this part's like maybe not the most desirable, but like I'm rarely gonna run up the stairs anyways. Seeing them angled instead of it being like the harsh edge might be nice. Wait, that's funny. These actually have like proper hitboxes too. I say probably has the same hitbox as a stair, right? Pretty close to it, yeah. Okay. Yeah, maybe we'll do frame slopes and then we'll leave these guys sectioned. You know, for just like this disconnected bit here. These look better like this. Eh. I don't know. We'll do it like this. I don't want to spend all my time building. I don't really care to build that much. I'm not a good builder. I do not usually care to do anything super neat there. Honestly, if I was playing this single like just on my own, you know, wasn't streaming or recording or anything, I would probably just have platform. I I think that's usually what I end up with. Just the good old lawn base. It is a very efficient method. Don't worry, I know I misplaced that one piece. I'll probably go back through and clean things like that up a little bit. Okay, so this guy is 7. So this will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Blanket on 11. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Cool. This guy from here. This guy is 7 wide, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, 7. Perfect. There we go. And we've acquired our circle. Make a torch. Just continue putting these underneath our builds. Because otherwise we're going to have to deal with a menace of a mob spawning situation. As we noticed when we first built our initial base here. Okay. I guess this would set up for a wider entrance pathway. 7 wide entrance pathway instead for the like all of our secondary buildings versus a 5 if I do it like this. Unless I collapse them in one more for the 5x5 like length and then extend it to a walkway. I do it like this. And then build the walkway out. Maybe I do that. They should have more grandiose entrances than my main building. Playback moment. Did not mean to zoom by. Something I'm curious about. If I grab stairs. Oh, they don't even CTM to each other. Hmm. Kind of thought they might connected textures to at least the other stairs that were like, do they do it in a line? No. It's very interesting because the bottom of the stairs do it with the blocks. That was probably a bad example, was to look at things that weren't the stairs. But yeah, they did it up here. I noticed when I was building the blocks out or whatever, they would CTM down. And surprisingly, they don't do that here at all. Very interesting. It's not like something like this, right? No, it still wouldn't work. Hmm. It's not just this one type, right? Yeah, okay, no. I don't even know why I did those. I can literally see that they don't connect to each other right there. I can't really do anything with the slopes there, at least not in any way that I'm thinking of. They can't just make these stairs, right? Okay. I was just double checking. Hmm. They don't have any like special stair here. Divided stairs. Oh, I assume you can probably do each one as a different texture if you wanted. Yeah. Could do it like this the whole way. Let's do a whole side like this real fast. Just kind of see what it looks like. Actually, it's kind of cool because you see the depth on it from above. Okay, all right. I'm actually okay with this way. I like it. Let's also do these guys real fast. Let's turn off my jetpack so I can walk up these nicely. Okay. I do like that. That turns out nicer than I expected it to. Turn my jetpack back on before I jump off the edge. Yeah. See, look, the stairs connect downwards. Like the flat side of the stair has CTM. It has the connected texture models. Just these ones don't. Okay. Shabby. Where Lex out did I decide to go? Um, 3 additional from this, so 4 in total. Get my wand back. My bow and flexbook. Tetragramm. So let me try one of these. That is. That guy's pretty good. That does taste pretty delicious. I think we can even, yeah. I think they can go along the sides there. And they'll be the interconnect between it and the entryway. This guy, because he plays weird. This guy did too. Nice. Look at this. Okay. This is turning out slightly better than expected. How was ye of little faith? These guys all out. Stand up close. Nope. Let's actually stand on them, turn the jetpack off. Nope. And I was just trying to find a way that I could right click so I didn't have to right click each one individually. That way I could just hold it down. I suppose a million clicks with a few misinputs is just gonna have to do. Okay. This guy. One more out. Yeah, that's fine. They'll be the same width, and they'll be one block shorter. Because I think ours is a 5. Like, okay, well, here it's actually technically infinite for now. Yeah, these guys are 5 tall in the internal here. We'll set these ones to 4 tall in the internal. So they'll be slightly shorter on each side. I'm gonna be honest, copy and paste gadget might actually be really good for this. So, what I'm gonna do, fix this staircase for one. Turn you. There we go. I'm going to build out one of the whole sections with all of the rooms at full size, and I'm just gonna copy and paste it, and we're gonna have all 3 buildings be the same. I think that is my method of choice here. And this will drastically assist my process. Because I can even set the copy and paste gadget to... Can you set it to an ME still, I wonder? Because I remember for a while there, you can have it automatically take out of your ME storage. I just don't know if that's like a mechanic still that's been ported over or not. This guy's shorter than he should be. I just looked over, I'm like, that one looks off. There we go. 2, 3, 4, and then add one more. Okay, I'm gonna set that real fast. What's up, Ronaldo? I will not be repeating that message. So. Ah, okay, you can just put him in. Nice. Okay, cool. Now my building gadget is linked to my IME system. I did a quick Google search. People were saying just use it on the wireless link. How you doing, Ronaldo? That guy's now linked to my ME system, so I won't need all the factory blocks on me. Because if I build massive rooms and stuff, there's going to be more blocks than I can have in my inventory. I could bind it to a chest, but I didn't want to have to do that. So binding it to the ME system seems like the easiest and nicest option. Okay, so we'll have a little three-way gap like usual. Build this out. Um, we don't really need a massive, center room. Our center room could honestly be like just the additional 7 blocks wide. So start deviating this immediately. I guess this will be what, 9 wide actually? Yeah, because I went out 2. Like this would be fun. Spin these over one more time. Yeah. I'd want to more ridge this that if we want to use the builder's wand on this we can. For height. Although maybe this will be more like just a side hallway. Maybe we go one more block up. Just got a set of clearance effectively from the doorway itself of 2 blocks. Build them like this. Yes, yes. Okay, and think about this. So this hallway is 9 wide. If I was to go out a few more blocks on this side and then try to build, a big room here, and I had a 5 block thing here. I wanted to build the room like 23 blocks wide. The 5 in the center leaves me with 18, so I'd need to go 9 both ways. This is going to need to be a bigger hallway. I'm probably not making sense to you guys, but I swear this is making sense in my head. Something like this, and my first room branches like here, and this guarantees that the sides of the room will intersect, like they will intersect with this room going out to the right, because this room's left shouldn't touch this room's right, and this room's left shouldn't touch this room's right, and they have plenty of room from the little island. Ooh, wait, hold on. Actually, I've got to consider that factor too. Actually, since we made a fairly small base platform, this room could intersect with this room. Very interesting. Take another bite while I contemplate for a moment. This is falling apart slightly. It's good though. Let me just check something. Just gonna here. So I had it extending 2 to the side because it's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, so this way. Say this is the center of this door of 5 long. How many blocks did I do this out? I did 3 for the hallway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, fuck it, 24, 25. Big rooms. 25 like long rooms or whatever. Which is, that's definitely like less than this, right? So 3 for the thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. That would be a 23 long room for this side. Hmm. How do I solve these room overlap problems is the question. Because I'd like them to be large rooms, but also to not interact with each other in a negative way. Draconic Evolution still have its portals, I wonder? Because I remember you used to be able to make portals with them using the dislocators. I just don't remember what the block was. Just zirconium infused obsidian. I don't remember. I'm like trying to find it, and as amusing as it is, nothing has it directly. Okay, so it is just the zirconium infused obsidian. Okay, so hear me out. Hear me out. These cube off into portals that have, like displaced floating structures, at varying heights here. And these structures will then have, there'll be a, uh, yes, there'll still be a triple room, but we can use this to displace our structures heavily without needing, significant staircase additions. Also, kind of means I could obsolete this staircase, go back to our initial design much closer to this, This is going to be undoing a lot of the work I was just working on. All the building I just did, but I... Alright, first things first, actually. Let's make sure this works. Let's see if we can make a Draconic Evolution portal real fast. Upload him. God, we need one per. I actually don't have enough. That's so funny. Our Draconium dust supply. The literal like only things we need Draconium dust for: dislocators, portal frames, marked injectors. Dang it. Can I throw you in here? Can I give you fortune? Yeah. One level of fortune. Whatever I can for efficiency. Sure, efficiency 9. You're just an absolute fucking bop of mining. Yeah. Okay, he's an insta miner now. Perfect. Cool. That's cool at least. Alright. To the end. We have Draconium to find. Let's actually grab... Yeah, let's grab some of my 1.4 million ender pearls. Just fly out here real fast. What's this? Brine from the outer end. Okay, fair enough. Okay, nice. There's some Draconium. I just kind of figured these outside islands probably have more. Yeah, that was 12 dust right there. Gonna kind of observe for the shiny Draconium. Press M as well, just make sure there's no like draconic like meteors or anything around, because those guys are usually pretty loaded. Maybe underneath. I remember if these really had a like a Y level thing for Draconium. Surprisingly infrequent spawns. There's some. Say that, find 3 batches right next to each other. It's 57. We don't need like a crazy amount right now. Crazy amount would be nice, but we don't need it, so I'm not too worried. Kind of just trying to lock in some so we can test out this portal theory. I think that could be very fun. And the portals can get me spaced out enough without like excessive walkways to also have my, larger rooms and structures that I think I need to actually build what I want to build. And I won't have to worry about like side constraints and such. Portals could be a fun way to do that. It's really hard to know what's zirconium and what's not. Because like it shines and it's definitely different, but my brain is like I'm seeing like 5 different types of purple ore, it feels like. Constantly. I'm like just worried I'm gonna miss it. And I'm still sad that my best vein of zirconium I've found so far was the first vein I found in the nether that gave me like 100 and something. Well, you're a little freaky. What's it called? I don't know, I guess. Can I make a cat? Oh, the stuff to just make this guy. Try and die. It's technically a projectile. Can I just like oink? Okay, cool. I just wanted that guy. I feel like a mutant Enderman will come in handy later on. Try to remember that he's in a monster capsule. Probably convert him into like a spawner or something at some point. I feel like I saw that we needed something from them. I don't know, later on, like way later on. I was looking at some of the advanced recipes. Density. Other weird structures about. Fair enough. Oboto. Whatever that is. I don't know what any of these things do. Bunch of additional structures here. These are not what I'm familiar with. Let's ignore them for now. Pretty big boat. I will check what's in this. Nothing. Fair enough. There's some more draconium. One of the meteors or whatever. This usually has a pretty decent amount of draconium in it. Fortunately, it looks like it's less connected than it usually is. Try to break a lot of this obsidian real fast, make sure it's not. Yeah, some draconium here. Nice, this isn't going to get me any insane amount of draconium, but it will be a good enough amount for what I need it for right now. Plenty for the portals and portal testing. I hope the portals is still a mechanic. Surely it is, right? I'd be surprised if they didn't keep that forward with their updates of the mod. Inventory's full. 400. Fly through, collect a little bit more. Okay, cool. Not a significant amount, but that should be plenty. Make 100 of this. Let me make dislocator. And this. Dislocate a receptacle. Yes, make me the core. So I can replace one of the corner blocks. Aha! Okay, okay. Nice, shift click him out. This guy's now useless because I bound him to the wrong location, but that... Alright, we mine really fast. Like, really, really fast. Keep that in mind. Alright, portal plan is a go. We'll do our one staircase down. And the rest of this is going to have to go. Sorry, system and design. You guys got obsoleted by technology. Technologia. Always like that meme. Come back with me, Megatorch. Okay, so. Back to this general guy. Zoom 13. Let's just make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14. Okay, we're doing in 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This will be the 8th block in. Okay. This should technically be what evens out to the. And this makes the circle. So I need to add 4 off the side. Okay. 2, 3, 4. I feel like I heard a double block noise break there. Did it just mine the one block so quickly? That's what it sounded like. I guess it's possible. Right. This has been quite the process. Okay, so the idea. Draconic frame. One more time. Just because. Okay. I got rid of my old dislocator. Alright, that was minor waste, that's fine. We're gonna do it again. Okay, so you can see the edges of the frame. I think I'm okay with that. We'll leave that part as is, that's fine. Dislocator back out. That is honestly, yeah, okay by me. Right, get rid of that guy again. So the frame. This is a 4 internal, which is exactly what I was talking about for the entrance. Then we'll build this guy up all the way around. Like effectively mask the frame here. And we'll see a portion of it, but effectively this is going to be our portal to whatever that building's going to be. And we can do them like up and floating like over here. Then we can have this building up and floating like back here, or down and floating. Doesn't really matter. We can do mix and match them if we want to. Up and floating over here. And we're effectively doing like a portal to it, like a general disconnect here. I think that's the idea. This allows us to skip a bajillion stairs, being our like thing here. You can add these guys too. Yeah. Give the slope texture to the edge of the portal. Yes, yes, this is perfect. And we'll replace one of the corner blocks, like a bottom corner block or something, with the receptacle, with our stuff set in them whenever we're done with all of these. Now setting these to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pretty much just wrap it. Nice. Ooh, nice. Ended with the offhand. It auto places them into that. Well, noted for future reference. That's how you place them all without it being nearly as annoying. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pink, 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 pink. Fill in the gaps. Much quicker way to build those. Okay, okay, okay. Put these back in the offhand real quick. Item torch. Make a torch, I guess, in this. Okay, this will be much, much cleaner. Now we just need to build one of the buildings, building gadget the whole thing, its whole layout originally, and then go from there. My tostada thing is falling apart. Can I kind of taco it? Tostada has ended up slightly soggy. I've not been that efficient, but we should be able to make some more progress soon. Just gotta build out one of my cubes, set up some big rooms in it, set it like floating or something, use some angel blocks and a copy paste gadget to set up the other two. Bada bing, bada boom, we've got all of our rooms situated. Make sure I chunk load everything. Then we can start work on blood magic probably. Mm. Man, you know what I'm almost tempted to do now? I'm almost tempted to effectively make the rooms like how you do like compact machines instead, and have them like separated and sat as like a whole as the side instead. One second, guys. I just brought some cookies. Very nice. So could enhance this, add more portals. Each portal goes to its own designated like room, and that's one structure per block type instead. Nah, we'll do the triple structure just because I don't want to rebuild this again for a third time. Okay, first one will be up here, I suppose. As good of a place as any. Centered around this portal being the aesthetic here. Those guys back up. This part can start going into the room. Okay, so these rooms I decided could be the hallway could be 9 wide. Pull them forward. With this, maybe we give. I was gonna originally do 3, so it wasn't too close to the initial size. Yeah, we'll do 3. We'll do 3. We'll stick to that general idea. Okay. That'll be fun. I'll figure out the other aesthetics of this later. Okay. So, one more up from this section. Because we wanted a 2 block gap for the clearance. Decided that was a pretty good amount. Okay. Um, is the Infinity one? Yeah, still just another star. Cool. throw that guy away real fast. Take an Infinity Wand out. This guy will do more blocks at a time. Although, I don't think that's really been our... Ooh. Control Shift, right click, undo. Alright, this guy. It's never really been our issue, but it's still nice anyways. Set up his 5 wide right here. 2, 3, 4. So right here, go over. 2, 3, 4. Goes over here. Okay, and then these guys. Don't use the wand on it yet. That was gonna be not good. A bit of a problem, some might say. 2, so a 3 gap as per usual for the doorways. Nope. I want the rooms to be large, so I want this to be further on, because actually I don't want the rooms to extend past this section. So this guy's 5, so this is 7 now, wide. So this would be, that is 7 wide, right? Yeah. So 9, 11, 13, 15, 17. I want the rooms 23 blocks wide. So I need an additional 6 blocks, which means so I need to have this door 3 blocks over. I'll have it 4 blocks over instead, actually. Alright, so 1, 2, 3. So this being the start of the door now. Just to double check. So this is the doorway or whatever. It would go out a few blocks, sure. This guy would go across. He'd be like this at 5. So this would be 7, 9, 13, 15, 17, 19, 21, 23. Yeah. And then so he'd still have enough for the external block on top of this one and still be more inset than the portal is. Okay, sounds good. And all of that section can be broken because it's not at the right section. Break this guy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5 tall. 2, 3, 4. Perfect. Just making sure I'm not messing up my math anywhere. At least not too badly. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so that gives it like a total space of 25 blocks on the internal here. So I'm gonna want this to go at least 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think this is giving us extra room compared to what we like really need. But we'll do the last room bigger. Anyways, we'll have it as a wider room, so it'll be for whatever is the biggest project to be done in that like wing effectively. Make a torch. Okay, okay, okay. Just clicking all these guys up so that I won't accidentally make too massive of a mess here. Factory blocks. Oh, we're gonna have to go back and get some more. Make a torch. Handle that fine. So first we'll order like 4,000 more of those right now, just because I know that we're gonna need a lot of them. Put away this, that, this. Just put away everything for now. Take like half of these back out. Fill up our inventory with the other half. Click these guys and set them to plates. I think we'll cover the whole bottom in this block, so it's like encased as like a cube. I think that's what we'll do as well. So it doesn't look like a, there's not the visual difference, and we also don't have to worry about the depth problem of the bottom. I like how I'm like pointing at my screen, like I'm like showing someone right over my shoulder. So we don't have the same depth problem where underneath that portal is, because it's a block different. I'm gonna slowly fall. I try to take a bite of food. Oh, he's falling apart. Same could be said about me. Life's hard, man. Life's hard. I feel like an absolute animal right now. What the napkins for? Okay. Torch back a little bit. Alright, back to it. Re-energize, another bite of food in me. There we go. Alright. We got our initial hallways almost done. Make sure that we set this guy out one like usual. Well, out two, so it's a 3 block long hallway, I mean. Okay. Let me do these side hallways, these like side sections first. So 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. So -13 to -35, including the block of -13. That is correct. This guy is currently 5 wide. So this would be 6, 7. Okay. 7 from the 20. Alright, 8 blocks. I got there in the end mentally. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3. 23. Ta-da! Okay, 23 all the way around. Okay. These guys up. Good thing I prepped more. I was pretty sure I made more actually. Double checked. I did. Prepped the inventory extra, dumped it all, and then. Or dumped half of it, I guess, and then prepped it again. This is a pretty chonky 23 by 23 room. Very nice. And it is also giving us plenty of space for this room to be however big we want it. We'll do like 33 by 33. Have it just a really big end cap room on these guys. It'd be fun. Okay. What do I want to do with these guys height-wise? Okay. This one could be a few blocks, maybe one more block up. Okay. How do I want to do the roof? Because I want to fully encase these guys, do the whole roof section and stuff, and like have this a finalized thing. Since I'm just gonna try to copy paste the whole thing. What blocks do I want it to be made out of? I think I want the roof to be some kind of glass. I think I do want that. I want it to be a transparent block so I can have an actual, like, I don't know. If anything for some reason needs sunlight, we have it. That shouldn't be an issue, but square dome. Okay, so on smooth glass, we're gonna attempt to make something. I want to give him like a glass, kind of like a glass dome roof without it being an absolute menace to assemble. I'll put all this away for now. Glass. Back in the furnace again. Send you to the ultimate smelting factory for smooth glass. Smooth glass, give me like 3k. Oh, it's individually smelting sand first. Why is that stuck now? That was interesting. Took a while to send that. This wasn't full, right? No, not even close. Its return inventory isn't even touched. Interesting. Okay. Let's grab ourselves some smooth glass. Try to make like kind of a square dome. For lack of a better word. Alright, first, offhand it. 3 levels up. So now if I go over 1 level in, I go up. This is now 2. Actually, let's use that one more layer again. Okay. I think we're getting there. I think we're getting there. Slowly but surely. Eh, I just love my building segments. I think I do a terrible job, but I still enjoy myself immensely typically. I think my one proud build was the getting the lightning symbol for my power room on Meatball Craft. I was pretty happy with that. You can one more double layer. No, one more single layer, and then I cap it off, and then we'll have like kind of like a square dome, for for lack of a better way to call that. Okay, so back to on top again. Mark the 4 corners. The corners are just so that it doesn't place the extra blocks. Just curious. West. Square dome. Kind of funny. You can like the best part is you can barely see it. Look like from inside. I like it. It adds just there's just enough texture to it with the edge of the glass that you know it's glass and it's not open roof. But you also know I built a roof out of glass for it, and it did turn out like a square dome. I would up. Okay. Well, that suppose we'll need some disposable cobblestone here to mark. Yeah, maybe don't do a max size of 472,000 blocks there. I think I actually didn't want that much. If I click this guy, 13,000 blocks. All right, gotta go to gadgets. Alright. Building gadgets. Settings menu is G. Oh, you gotta hold it. Okay, so let's rotate it. Okay. Okay, G. Unanchor him. Let's grab our angel block. Like, I don't know, like, here-ish. No shot, right? That we're that close. Okay. Not as perfect as I thought for a second, but that's still good. We're within 16 blocks. Okay, one block gap. A little bit of cobble and stuff. That's exactly as we want him. Materials list. 534 of the normal factory blocks. 1,300 smooth glass. Okay, we're gonna need more smooth glass than the 3K that I ordered. And about 1,200 of the wall factory blocks. Okay, cool. Break this guy. You're gonna stay there. Okay, so. Yeah, and it's bound to our IME system. So we just need that amount of stuff in here. So we already have the smooth glass. I'm just gonna order 5K. Another 5K. We'll order 10,000 smooth glass here. We're gonna need an absolute shit ton of it. Factory blocks. I think 20,000 might be in order here. No, it's gotta wait on thousands of stone. Actually, interesting that it prioritizes that first. I guess because it knows we already have the cobble. You have 43,000 stone essence and 8 converts to 20 stone directly. Is that just better than smelting stone now? How much cobble do we have? Like, accessible to the system. Only 25,000. Yeah, our stone essence is actually higher in its matching amount. Hold on. Well, let's take stone out of you. And I grant upon thee that recipe for stone instead. Alright. 20,000. Yeah, 1,300 stone essence for 20,000 stone. Like, or for the 3,000 stone or whatever. That's chilling. And it's done. We just instantaneously crafted 20,000 factory blocks. Just making sure that there wasn't something like that for the glass in hindsight. No, not quite. Okay. So what we'll do here. Yeah, that mega torch should handle all that. Just double checking that visually. Grab just a ton of these factory blocks. We'll grab a whole inventory worth here. Convert all of these. And I was hoping there was something I could do to get it to drop, like to put the whole inventory worth in my inventory. That'd be great. That's a couple thousand of those. We have all the smooth glass and stuff. This should just be a matter now of, hopefully this works on the right click and it'll add a little bit of cobble there. Oh, he's forming. This is nice. This is very nice. That's what I like to see right there. That is what I like to see. Then we just break off our little scaffolding cobble there. Beautiful. Okay. Alright. Now, one more time. But with a slightly bigger room. Okay, so we'll just do it for 6 from the edge of the next room. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Literally no idea how long this is. $26. Oh wait. So 64 minus 13. Is it 51 blocks long? That's a pretty big room. Hey, it ended up odd though. Oh god, that means it needs to be 51 blocks long this way too to make it a square. Okay. Go big or go home. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Alright, room size might be slightly excessive. Okay, hold on. We're changing that because if I do a really large room, like extremely large like that, that is nice for having the extra room, but it's also gonna look like a penis on the map, and I don't know if I want that. I don't think I do. Okay, we'll count it out then. 1, 2, 3, 4. These are our initial 7. 7, so this will be 9, 11, 13, 15, 17, 19, 21, 23, 25, 27, 29, 31. 9, 11, 13, 15, 17, 19, 21, 23, 25, 27. How did I already lose count again? 29, 31. My brain just like lags sometimes, I feel. Although I am operating on about 4 hours of sleep, so that is probably heavily involved in what's happening to me right now. 4 or 5. I'm 31, so 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 31. Let's count this over. 31. And I'm pretty sure it's 31 across. Like side to side or whatever. Okay. I'm going to need a lot more of these. Build the room 3 taller before the roof compared to the other guys. The best part, I cannot wait to like barely fill these rooms so they're all just way oversized. It's gonna be fantastic. Oh yeah, my factory block's already cooked. Not sure what the range on these mega torches is. Just in case. Okay. More factory blocks. On the bright side, we're almost done with this whole part. And once we finish this side, or we finish this whole structure, we can just copy paste this whole thing, and it's literally just a matter of getting the resources, and we'll copy and paste it 2 times, set up our portals, all of our draconic portals over, and we'll be in business to actually start doing something that's not building again. It's only taking me substantially longer than I expected. Although, that was partially my fault for generalized like idea paralysis. I just kept getting stuck on new possibilities of things that I could do instead. I do like the end idea here. I think this will be cool. I think this is going to look good enough that people will be like, okay, okay, I respect it. You know, better than a lawn base. And that's really all I'm looking for. If I can get a better than a lawn base comment from a single person, that's the goal here, honestly. Why is this too thick? Hallway ended up one bigger than I intended. Confused on why this side looks like kind of off. No, okay, hallway didn't end up one bigger than expected. Wait a second. Is this calculated into the... Alright. Now I gotta recount and see if I misclicked the wall and just didn't notice. So, let's say that would... We'll count from here. Yep. Alright, that's what happened. This is an extra layer of wall. I must have just misclicked it and didn't notice. I was like, wait, why does this all look off? Man, I looked at the bottom and the bottom looked fine. That makes sense why. Okay, well. Happy I noticed. Happy I noticed. Okay. Back to the matter at hand. Smooth glass. This first layer is only 3 high on this one. I'll do it 5 on this guy since he's pretty substantially bigger. Left or right specifically. Then I'll build this guy 3 more up. I'll build him 4 up. I'll build 4. This is 1, 2, 3. This is like from the outside. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, now I'll do a layer of 3. That's 1, 2, 3. Did it fully finish? It did. Just making sure our glass supply was getting low there, I just noticed. Alright. Right. This is 1. A little tedious. Right. Put a corner of each one. We'll do 2 there, and then I think we'll cap them off like that. Not too shabby. And trying to think about what to do about the bottom here. I have an idea, but it sounds like a menace to build. The factory must be built before one can install the machines. So what if I do a very similar concept here, okay? But underneath to form like kind of like a hover device. What kind of fluids do we got? You got anything red or glowy? I like red. Can we get a bucket of liquid XP? I can indeed. Sorry, small sidetrack. Experience pylon solidifier. Hold on. You guys go back in here. This is if this comes out like I want it to. It's based off of an old build that me and my dad did a long time ago. Those. Fine, sure. Stacks. I bestow upon thee 100 hoppers. Experience pylon. Solidifier. Huh? Oh, players that crouch on it. Hey. Okay. Can I just use a bucket on you? Can I place it? Aha! Ooh, I think that's glowy enough. Yeah, this is probably gonna be pretty cool looking. I don't know. I might be hyping myself up a little bit here. This better be worth it. So, let's also do this real fast. I'm gonna just vaguely incorporate a Mega Torch into roughly the center of all of these, and this one's unnecessary. And there we go. These guys will make these fully spawn proof. This bottom's gonna be fully sealed anyways. Yeah. Alright. You guys will get to see it as it comes together. North and south. South. Since the only part about this one that actually matters is the externally visible pieces, we can save ourselves some of the blocks. Because, you know, it's not like we'll see the whole inside like with the glass. So I can save myself blocks like this. Although that does make the actual building process slightly more annoying. Okay, actually it makes it a lot more annoying. Maybe I won't save myself the blocks then. Oh, actually, I guess I could build it all and then break out. Nah, then you gotta break out all the blocks that you're using as like your effective scaffolding section for that. I've decided, well, actually that I want this all to go one more block down anyways. That's better. Sad I thought about doing like the under section late, so that my copy paste will be kind of a menace if I try to do that. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna try to figure out how to copy paste this effectively though to get to the other side there, because I'm gonna have to build that one out by hand too, which is gonna be even more of a mess. South, east, west. One. Okay, we can do this one just two. Right, all four. Corners. East, west. North, south. Two down again. This is gonna end up too big of a structure type to copy paste. I guess worst case, if this ends up too big as a whole to copy paste, I can copy paste like a large section of it and then do the other large section secondary. Just make sure it lines up. Yeah, it'll be. How many more times do I want to go in this? Probably like 3 or 4. 3 or 4 like one width layers, I think. Sorry guys, today has become a building stream, I've determined. Because I got at least another hour on this, I think. Because I'm going to have to do this one, do the same thing that I'm doing for this one for that one, then assemble all these guys for the other multiple rooms, break that guy down, move him. Well, not really move him, just kind of break him for now. What's that later? Okay, for this section, one more in. Okay. So for now, fill this all in. Alright, so the idea is to have a larger one there. Reciprocate, like do the same thing on the side. And especially at night, it'll look like this is, some kind of like thruster. That this is what's levitating them around the base section. Like there is some kind of just floating. They're floating by actual power rather than floating to float. If that makes any sense. I like it. I like it. It fits it. Since I'm using this specific factory block, it really does look like, like some kind of space alloy that you'd see on like a general ship or something. This is precisely what I needed. Perfect. Uh, Copy. Right click. Shift right click. About 9,000 blocks. Okay. Shift right click that again. There we go. Paste. Material list. 1,368 factory blocks. Yeah, I figured we didn't have enough in there. Ah! Only gonna undo that, right? I didn't just click undo too many times, and now I'm gonna undo, like, that whole thing too. Okay. We're good. Anchor you here. Settings menu. Go down. Oh, I think that's actually perfect. Oh, it's off a couple blocks as well. Seal them up. Perfect. Okay. Okay. We'll break the extra mega torch. Let's go and acquire a new. Almost die from fall damage on accident. Just like these. Let us get more XP buckets. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. Feels like it's slowly but surely starting to come together a little bit here. So I'm thinking this section kind of just needs like a connection like this. This is gonna take a while. Okay, so okay. Like I didn't want to start doing that. It's like messing up the general aesthetic I wanted on the other side. So now if we like it's fine, I can build that part out as I need to. Actually, let's do this. Or holding shift so I can scroll my vein miner. Let's do this. So this layer's lower. South, left, right, south again, left, right. Ah, yes, there we go. This is like, this will be much closer like a, you know, kind of like a bulky core feel or something. I feel like that staggered slightly better. And the idea being I'll kind of like bubble this whole section to be connected into these guys. I'm going to put some kind of like front on this. Just kind of make it like vaguely spherical so it looks like an actual like encapsulating thing here. And I guess I can just do half of it. Just do one side the way I like it all the way through, and then just try to copy paste mirror it flip perfectly on the other side. I think that'll work. Okay. Well, one thing I want to do. This guy can go straight into where this one's gonna be. I think that'll be fine, since they're always gonna be facing away from the base anyways. I don't need it to be like perfect. I just want it to be like good enough. Oh, oh. I think I'm doing an okay job here. I'm actually really happy with how this is turning out. Yeah. Like usual, I think it could be better, but I think I'll be happy I went the extra little bit for this guy. Spent my extra time on building him. Okay. So now I kind of just need to like close in the face into like kind of like a bubble. Okay, I think this is solidly into like a position of like good enough for me that I think I'm okay with this guy. Let me go to this section. It's really just like here's fine. Actually, I can just mark this directly. Okay, I set this guy back to copy. So shift right click this and right click this guy. Anchor, paste. Even in hindsight. I can rotate it, but I cannot flip him, really. Hmm. Well, this guy is perfectly centered, so I just need to mirror this over. So, 1, 2, 2 out. Alright, more factory blocks are needed. This really has just become such a building tree. I feel like I looked at the time an hour and a half ago whenever I started building. I don't really want to need that inside scaffolding because I want them all to have like that edge on them. This guy doesn't need that block right there. This is like a layer up. This is centered. These guys are effectively just a fleshed out layer right behind this guy now. This is fully out, right? Yes. Okay. So just do this, but do like a external trace. There we go. I think we'll remove that section, do that, because it still narrows at the bottom slightly here this way, which I think will still look good. That overlaps, yeah, with the first of this side. Wait, what's wrong? Okay, well the sides are off. Which side do I actually like more? Mm. So yeah, it's because I went for full corners, like so it always rounds the full edge. So it keeps like the square bulkhead shape versus the left side is like a narrow bulkhead because I'm not rounding the corners on the top. Let's see, I think it's this guy all the way around. Same shape on both sides. Now it is. Mm, it's like this. This. Yes, yes, yes. Perfect. This is within what I want, I think. So much extra factory block is getting used for this, which is going to be great. Adding a lot of just slightly unnecessary expense. Don't need to add that much unnecessary expense. Or that much. God, what did I end up picking for this side? So that's what I ended up doing, right? And is it straight up for this whole edge? Look the same? Yeah, I think it looks the same. Okay, so now to the front. So, for one, remove this cobble. Shapeless. Okay, so I want to fix it to have all of the crispy edges. So this whole layer needs to be fixed. Nice. Okay. So all to crispy edges. Okay, it's got a sealed like major section here. We gotta do effectively this to this bigger square in the back. And then we're done building, I think. So that's all we gotta do left. And I think we'll do the same thing to our stuff for our main island here. Yeah. I think we'll One, two, three across the front, two here, and then the rear thruster should give us like five in total. No, six in total. Yeah, three here, two there. Not one underneath that one in the back. Could even do a small one on this guy. Capsulate him with glass maybe as well. It's like a little just like floating ship colony thing I've got going on here. I don't know. I don't really know. I haven't determined lore for this yet. I have determined I'm gonna need more factory blocks though. I was like, yeah, I'll just make 20k. I actually kind of felt like that was kind of a large amount. I was like, is it really gonna take like 20,000? Yeah, 20k might be like the amount needed for one guy. The process has gotten expensive. Chat, I am scared. Okay. So my thought process here. I actually think I want it to be at the same height as these two, even though this engine's gonna be like a bigger one. I think I still want these two guys to like. I want all the engines to be at the same height. It'd be weird if your thrusters are at different levels. That's just like that sounds like it'd be a menace to maintain your general aerodynamics. Yeah. So I think I'll have them all the same height. East and west. This guy's three down. Then it's three down. Then two down. It's four one downs. Actually, what I could do so that it ends up a slightly narrower thing, I'll do two in on these higher layers. So I won't end up with like a ridiculously different sized thruster on these guys. That's one. This will be two, three. this out real fast since I did that already. Should have done that last. Yeah, this guy's supposed to be 2 layered. Okay. Okay. Set our corners again. Get another inventory of factory blocks. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of factory blocks to build this guy. South, south, east, west. I might as well, like, I don't care to fully center him, but I might as well put him a little closer to the center. Down for a 2 down. Now that we're at a much thinner, like, circle here, we can do the 1 downs. We got, what, 4 of these to do? Bill's gonna give me goddamn carpal tunnel, man. Okay, so I need 2 more down. North, south, south, east, west, east, west. This puts them at the same level. Nice. Matches quite nicely here. Experience bucket. Second experience bucket. Yeah. Just really needed it to fill out the major section here. Let me through the center, please. Please. Free me. Okay. So I know the other ones we left more of a rim, but since this one's the back thruster section, we'll open this whole bottom section up instead of doing like one more inner layer to reduce it, because I do want this thruster to like be bigger. Nice, it is a bit bigger. Okay. It's nothing crazy, but it's a little cool concept build and slightly better than a lawn base in my opinion. But that's gonna be the boys. That's what they're gonna look like. We're gonna have 3 of them around. We'll have to tweak our main base stuff for this as well. I'm a little tired of building, I'll be honest. Ninja block. A couple of them. Okay. So, trying to get this as narrow as I can, like as close to the actual outside dimensions as I can for this guy, because I'm a little worried about not having enough blocks to pick at one time. I'd rather not have to do this as multiple things if I don't need to, but it's probably going to be over 100,000 blocks of like air. That's why I made the extra angel block. Okay, nice. Okay. I think these guys are perfectly gapped here. Okay, copy, no anchor. So right click, shift right. Dang it! Can I increase its size? Is that a mod option? Or is that like a general limitation? Nope. It's just power options. Okay, so he's limited to 100k. Dang it. God, and it's pretty much twice the size that it can do. Oh, that sucks. What if? One more block down. Okay, so I can get this. Doesn't get his face. Didn't even consider the face. Alright. Gotta walk him out. Alright, so we can save him. one block in. I just gotta walk it out until we're in par with the face. Because we don't actually need an air gap. We're trying to save as many blocks as we can, so I can get it done in exactly 2 copies. Which one is this? So this is the X. The Z of 73 is exactly where that guy needs to be. It can also be 1 block higher. We can walk this guy in 1 block both ways. Ah, okay. So, now, this guy's what? Our normal... Yeah, this guy's the normal right click. So now let us make a couple more angel blocks for walking purposes. Okay, so literally right there. Then which one is this? This guy, if I stand on it, Y139. So I need to be standing on this at Y139. So now if we shift right click this guy, right click this guy. Okay. We officially have him in 2 copy pastes. First we'll right click this one. Shift right click that one. 98,000 blocks. And then the other one will be 86,000 blocks. Okay, let's click paste. Let's click materials list. 22 Draconium infused obsidian. Alright, I'll take a screenshot of this real fast just for our general cost here. Back to copy. Shift right click. Right click. Paste. Close it, open it, material list. No, it closed my old screenshot. God damn it. I hate the way that that works. Like, if I'm opening a second screenshot, it's because I wanted to open a second screenshot. It's worth my data. resize these a little bit. Get a realistic overview of the actual resources for them. Okay, so let us do some math here. Got a clipboard in game. Pretty sure we have clipboard mod in this. Notepad? Heck, we don't have anything like that? I swear I thought I saw one. Okay, I'll have my own notepad. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Oh, I landed on the roof. I'm like, what in the world just made a falling noise next to me? Yeah, I get a calculator open. Because I don't feel like doing this mentally. So I need 11,792 of the factory block I'm using for like the walls and the shell. I need 2,312 of the floor factory block. And coincidentally, it stops right before the smooth glass section, so that one's on its own. 5,299 smooth glass. 3 mega torches. 22 draconium infused. Obsidian for our portal. We'll just call it 5 angel blocks, so I have 5 in total. To make sure I can leave this guy and use him as the scanning reference. Okay, well. Now let me double this. 11,792 times 2. So I need 23,584. I need 4,624 of the floor. I need 10,598 of the smooth glass. 6 of the torches. Obviously 44 of the infused obsidian, and I'll just make 10 angel blocks. Okay, so that's a lot of factory blocks I'm going to need there. I need 28,208 factory blocks. So, I guess 20, yeah. Well, there we go. 29,000 now. So, 23,584 divided by 64. So I need roughly 368 stacks. So I'll get 28 stacks in inventory. Yeah, I'm going to have to do multiple inventories of this because I don't think there's any way to chisel them automatically, right? Or like quickly in any way. Oop. Okay, so 23,584. That's what we're looking for on those guys. This will be enough for both of our other ships. Okay, so about halfway. At least it's pretty quick. There's a lot of clicking. Twenty-three five eight should be good with this inventory, I think. 23,438. 3 stacks. 23,630. Okay, slightly more factory blocks than we'll need. Perfect. Floors, we're gonna need 4,624 of the slightly rusty plates. I don't know why I'm clicking out those guys. Click out the normal factory blocks. Don't want to change the ones over that I just did. Mess up all my numbers. Be confused in a minute. Okay, 4624 I think is what it was. Like 5 more stacks. Okay, that's all those. 10,598 smooth glass. 5,000 more. That'll give us extra smooth glass to, I don't know, do whatever with. Very nice. Making up all of our smooth glass. We're already above what we needed because we're making like a few thousand excess. We wanted some more mega torches. Let's make 20. I don't know, we can use them everywhere, pretty much. Draconium infused obsidian. We specifically needed like 44, so let's make these. Let us make receptacle. Oh, actually, let me just... Unnecessary, but I'm also going to do it anyways. Receptacle. One guy here. It says content saved, even though it doesn't actually have anything. Let's get 3 more. That'll give us 6 of these guys in total, which is all we need. Okay, that's those 6. We have our Draconic Infused. Angel Blocks. Oh, we're out of the feathers for these guys. What in the world did I use feathers on? I'm so confused. I just feel like I should have had more feathers from the chicken stuff. Let's get away the chicken. Got an egg, we might as well. Yeah, this guy's got 10 looting upgrades in there. This guy I think just spawns in a bunch of chickens. Yeah, so this will give us a bunch of feathers real quick. Quick little chicken collection. I do like that they're still getting like health modifiers, as if I think damage modifiers too, right? Yeah, extra armor and attack damage, but I don't even think they'll attack me. Cool. Bunch of feathers now. Alright. Angel block. Oh, we'll just make like 15. Kind of an arbitrary amount. Um, this whole setup will have to go for now. We'll build it again in spirit somewhere else. Okay. We'll also need dislocators. We're gonna need 6 of these guys. And I guess let's start trying to G copy. Right click that guy. Shift right click this guy. Okay, we should pretty much be in a position then to... It's funny, my view distance is low enough I can't actually see them from both sides. We'll kind of off-center this one on this side a little bit. No! Why is there not a redo button? It's fine. I can rebuild him. Dude, why do they put it right next to the fucking rotate button? That's messed up, man. Okay. Okay, that looks good to me. Send it. We're gonna unanchor that. leave this one here. We may need to set our. Eh, actually, if we scan it from the backside, we might be able to. We might be able to get it like that. I don't know. Well, we'll find out. Okay, so unrelated note, real fast. Got a copy. Right click. Shift right click. I see. It needs to be whatever here. There we go. Now to paste. Please tell me I didn't shift it at the very end and then it's off by like 1 now. Wait, it might actually be okay. That time it should be okay, right? Alright, I'm just realizing something. Why in the world is it doing that? Alright, is that placed high? Yeah, it's like 2 blocks to up. 2 blocks down. Why are you missing stuff still? The doorway side, maybe? What in the world am I undoing? Dude, god damn it, man. What are you undoing? This one over here, right? That needs to not be a thing! Why in the world is it right next to the rotate button, bro? That has gotta be the worst place. There's not even a confirmation. The irony of the undo button, without a redo button, not having a confirmation is not lost on me, man. How's it up? He's like missing a whole edge. No. Undo. Cancel. Yeah, stop that. Where's the copy? What the fuck is wrong with my copying? He's copying from this corner. Well, that's why. He's missing a whole edge. Hey, fair enough. My bad. I was like, why is a whole, like, I was like, a whole side is obviously missing a section here, and it's messing me up, man. There we go. In theory, this should fix him. I just got an absolute mess here. I'll need to fix up. This should leave me with effectively a 5x5 open in the center, right? 5x5. Okay, cool. Then we just grab this all the way across. I wonder if this will flow right. No, figures. Okay, we'll fill them in and then break through it whenever the whole thing's formed. Okay. Is that everything corrected? At least mostly? Yes, I think so. Okay, so over here. Nice, we just have the one guy. Copy. You know what, actually? Good. I'll just make a new one. Link him to the system. I can no longer undo my original structure in any way anymore. That was getting to be a nuisance. What? Oh, it's the building gadget. A building gadget might have actually been useful with rows and stuff. Not what I wanted. Copy paste gadget. Back over here again. Think about the system. Dude, just delayed myself by like a solid. Felt like 10 years. 10 years, man. Okay, copy. Alright, shift right click the bottom. Right click this opposite side, 98,000 blocks. Paste. Settings menu. No changes. Cool. Rotate. Rotate one more time. Okay. That is correct in the direction it's facing. But we should go back over here to place it. Let's give him a look and see how he's forming up. You know what, actually, let's just undo that guy real fast. Let's go to sleep first. Because it doesn't place the mega torches quick enough to stop the mob spawns. Get to bed. Go, places all the mega torches. Perfect. Put in our frame and everything. Beautiful. As it all should be. Okay, now. Copy. Right click. Shift right click. Paste. Rotate. Rotate. I'm interested in actually. Where does it deem? I guess that's where it deemed that guy at. Anchor for a moment. Hmm. Looks good to me. Send it. Build him. Feed him. It's really interesting here. This place has like beveled edges. Oh wait. It's beveling the edges. The journey map just takes a second, that's what it does. I was looking at the journey map, I'm like, that side has beveled edges, and this side doesn't. I was just curious on what the difference was there. Okay. So we have a second one. And now, let us acquire the third. Int block. Right here. I'm going to anchor him. This is the top, so let us go back to, let's use this other one. Copying from, or, well, copy to. Shift right click. And right click. 94,000 blocks. As you should be. Paste. Clear this. Rotate. We'll try right here. Oh yeah, he's a little closer, but this is still fun. They're all kind of just in the vicinity, which is really what I want it to be. Like I've got multiple, like, you know, just side ships around. Okay, and then copy, right click, shift right click, paste, rotate, rotate, rotate. Just anchor him, edit, X on this one. Let's put more on the X. It's done, so it's 6 on the Z. Why would it not be 6 on the X? Okay, looks good. Cuts my FPS ridiculously, but looks good, looks good. Let's send him. Alright. I'm gonna anchor that. Take him off. There we go. That was murdering my frames. Okay, we have 3 of them now. Oh god. They all have a defect. All's been breached! This part looks seamed into the hole on that side, so I'll do it the same way for these. Alright, just send a message real quick. Okie dokie. The original over here with his defect as well from the Great Undoing incident. Some inside layers there. Okay. Ships are acquired and online. Perfect. Oh man. Okay, so we're gonna take your bucket of experience. We gotta let that fix itself. That's stupid. Let us grab some more buckets of XP. And yeah, I got 2 pickaxe happy there. I don't know why. Like, yeah, it's gotta spread out to the room first, man. There we go. 1 engine online. XP. Second engine online. Let's open up the good old profile. That is very amusing that they like don't texture in properly. There we go. Claim all of these guys. This one's like accidentally pretty much chunk a line to the front. That ain't too bad either. Exactly the 5x5. There we go. Claim and load all of these guys. Because I think the reason why that guy wasn't going down is because I wasn't near the chunk. I think I was too far away messing with the other guy. So I wasn't actually rendering him. Yeah, I did set my simulation stuff back to 8 or whatever. Okay, what is this guy's room? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I was pretty sure he was a square, but I was just making sure. I'll let that guy go all the way down while I do the other ones. Experience bucket. Ooh, actually, I only have one more. Okay, let's go and grab some more of those. Bucket. Yeah, heck, we'll just take them all. Should only take 2 for these guys. Go. Okay, looks good. All 3 boosters online on this guy. Well, I don't think my magnet was catching that guy for some reason. Fine. The angel block was the sacrifice I was willing to make. I think what happened is whenever you break the angel block, they're coded to drop like straight into your inventory. So you don't lose them whenever you're, because you're obviously messing with them over the void. Or, just above ground and whatever. So if you don't have the inventory space, they get sent to your inventory and they're like, oh, well, I can't. So they get dropped on the floor. And then it might count as me dropping an item, so my magnet doesn't actually catch it. So it's like, oh, well, you just dropped this item. I'll give you like 5, 10 seconds or whatever before I pick it up to do whatever you were trying to do with it, just in case you dropped it intentionally. So I think that's what just happened to that guy. It pushes you just enough. It's kind of a menace to do this. Online. All the way up. Perfect. Break out of a corner. I technically actually don't even need to break the center out if I break out all the edges on these guys. It'd be better to lag-wise, because these are all light creators. So it could potentially cause FPS issues. But since I know it wouldn't be like that. Send it all! Okay, got those guys. Snuck out these. Back down here real fast. Yep, cool. All of that finally faded away. We'll break up these last angel blocks, do that last thruster, and we'll be in quite the position. You know what's so funny though? We've already been on for quite a while here. This one may actually have to end pretty much with us building this, so we didn't get to blood magic at all today. And we're gonna have to do more building too, because we have to build up the rest of our like main core here. fine. We can at least get all of the dislocators online. Receptacle there. This one. Right here. A little receptacle there. Haha. Up. Nice. Very fast and pretty much seamless teleportation between these guys. Perfect. Exactly what I wanted them for. They worked just as hoped, just as calculated, just as planned. That guy away. Actually, you know what? Deleting both of them. We will not risk any undos on it. The cost of them is so so negligible. I literally do not care. Every time I eat a relic apple, it's effectively the same value. Okay. Um, dislocators, by the way, whenever you use them, copy like the way you're looking and everything. So you always want to make sure you're looking the same, like the right way. You're looking at about head level, so that whenever you're using them, you don't get annoyed. It's gonna be for this guy. Break into the wall. Let me in. Him down. Place the wall behind me. Perfect. Nice. If I don't move and turn straight around, I can kind of see through it, but that's never gonna happen, really. That's like a only I know that's a technical problem, you know. Who's this guy? Let's grab here. Oh my gosh, these don't use up the dislocator, right? I was like, I'm pretty sure they don't, but I should make sure before I like do all this and then they have a durability or something stupid. Like the dislocator itself has durability, but like if the durability applied every time I was like warping back and forth through them, then I would have to upgrade it. Alright, bro. I'm in! Bigger hole. That's fine. Okay. Figure bottom left corner is the easiest way to fix the dislocator, like receptacles or whatever if I need to. Why 110? Okay. So the one that's Y67 goes in there. This whole image back on out. Back on in. Okay, nice. Well, these guys pretty much just need some lighting now. Visible light sources. Okay. Well, good thing I can make copious amounts of honeycomb. That's gonna be so sweet. Let's encode this. Crafting recipe. Candle. Crafting recipe. Spark. Cool. Alright, that's gonna fix up all of our lighting situations. Let's cruise around and kind of just place them in a way that fixes our general light right now. Let's do it based off the light level scanner. We don't obviously have mob spawns as a problem. And we kind of just add more of these. And use them obviously to remove any that we have placed down. Actually, I think it says just place a block on it. No, using a light on it. That's so funny. I literally cannot see where I put it down at. Okay, so if we put one down and right click it again, we get it back. If we put a block on it, it goes away. So it literally won't even block our building. Perfect. Fantastic. If we do have mysteriously unformed multi-blocks later, though, we will have to remember that's the reason why. But I don't think it'll be that hard to remember that. There we go. Our portal should always be pretty well lit. The bottom of the doorway is here too. Up the wall a little bit here. Our waystone that we have for home over here. I figure it's only right to put him centered here instead. Home. Some lights in each one. Light up the corners too for nighttime. Okay. This guy. These aren't going to be the most perfectly lit rooms. Like, obviously, I'm not spacing out the lights and stuff specifically. But I'm also not dumb, and I do realize that I will be, like, removing these as I build stuff, and I'll have to put more in. So I'm not too worried about them having an exact spot. I just kind of wanted it all to be fairly well lit. And I'll try to keep the ones at the doorways consistent. Spark. Ah, maybe you don't need 1200 right now. A couple hundred more, though. Effectively, like, keeping a couple stacks of torches. One there. Okay. Well, this up to 12 chunks. Put all of our guys in. Ah, forgot about this one. He's missing his thruster. It's gonna fall out of balance. One more experience bucket to save the There we go. All thrusters are on. Ships and warp receivers are in alignment. And, yeah, we got like nothing done today. Fantastic. We do have 1800 Azarine. So I suppose we should get one of those guys up real quick. And that will probably do us for today. We'll have to do all the construction to finish up the mothership. At this point, probably encase this, make it like a, maybe, not sure. Maybe encasing glass, make it like a, receiving room, something like that. I'm not sure. We'll do something cool with it. We'll try to. We probably won't do more building tomorrow. I'm thinking we'll ignore the building. We'll leave this part as is. We'll flesh this out again at some other point. Um, Also, not tomorrow. Next stream. I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow. I'm not sure. I do have some stuff going on. Yeah. So next stream we'll probably focus on some stuff that's not building. But I did like to get a little building in here. Give us some more areas to work with, and we can start. Blood Magic will start in one of these, and then we'll do kind of thematic little side ships here. It's kind of the idea. Anyways, let us get Azarine Miner, block, frame. Okay, let's put all of these resources away. Let's see. Void Miner Quest. 48 frames, 8 null modifiers, 37 panels. We'll get 2 of these guys, so 96 frame, 2 miners. These guys. I already forgot how many panels it needed. 37, so 74 panels and 16 null modifiers. panel. It's 37, so 70. Multi-builder tool. Miner. Good old tier 5 Azurine. Cool. There we go. Light this area up a little bit better. Go to void miners. How big are you? Oh. Shift click. Choose. Azurine. Oh, nice. It just knows off of the ulti block I've placed that I can just dismantle them. That's fantastic. Alright, dismantle all these guys. Okay, well, I'll take it. Try to see if we can't get our 2 Azurine miners to fit in this section where all of our tier 1s used to be. No point in keeping the earlier tier miners. They just do the same job but worse of the later tiers, and you'll get all of the earlier tiers from the laters as well. Azurine. Guess we're gonna have to get rid of a couple of those too, just so that we can get this guy to squeeze on in right here. Perfect, cool. Take all of these. So these guys take a default of 5,000 a tick. Just flex point both of them. Sit up. Actually, one further away. Wireless interface. Type. Connectors. Set up kit there. Set up kit this one to that guy. Cool. These miners can get their upgrades in. Okay. So, Azurine. An Azurine speed modifier is 18% quicker. Multiplicative to itself. These guys all have 8 capable upgrades. So, let's do calculator 1.18 times 1.18. So, 2 upgrades, 3 upgrades, 4 upgrades. So 4 upgrades is almost twice as fast. Did it say in chat what its thing was? No, it did not. That'd be almost twice as fast. Okay, anyways. And then the Azarine item modifier is 90% more items, also multiplicative. And I did what, 4, right? Yeah, because 2 would be 1.4, then 1.64, then 1.93 on speed. And so that would be for item modifiers. So 1.9 would be 1 times 1.9. That's 2, 3, 4. And that barely puts you over 13. And we already know from testing the other ones that any extra past it doesn't matter. So it being exactly 13.03 is perfect. Although I could get one more and it would kick it up to 24x instead at the expense of only being 64% faster instead of 93% faster. So I almost double the items at that point versus, oh well, I guess we know what it is, versus 18% speed. Like, I think I'll make 3 speeds and 5 items for both. So 6 speeds and 10 item upgrades. Ten, 6, 10, 6, 10. Okay, well now we have 14 citronines, that's fine. I'll upgrade all of them, it actually doesn't really matter. Because I'd rather use the max upgrade ones anyways later. So if they all just scale off of each other, it's fine. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 3. We fill these guys in. These are going to be power hungry, I think. Considering that's some multiplicative stacking there. Yeah, these are 116,000 a tick. It only takes 24 ticks, and they have a 24.8 times item boost. "330 ticks only" means that they take about 16.5 seconds. So they're nice and much, much quicker now. And they do just straight up give 24 of an item. Unfortunately, it's a 24.8 times item boost, so the item boost for the extra one's like slightly wasted, but that's still 11 more items than, you know, the 13x boost, so that one extra upgrade is pretty significant. Yeah, so we'll do that. Also, I'm assuming that means my ancient debris is up to 371. Getting quite up there. Very nice. How high did the item modifiers go? Okay, so bar the ultimate, so the Rosarium, which will be the highest we'll get to for a long time, because the ultimate one, you know, it's just some nonsense. 120% item boost. Big energy boost too, but 120% item boost, multiplicative, is pretty insane. Yep, we already rolled one of the... I can barely read it because it's so dark blue. I'm just going to call it Cerium. One set of the Cerium at 24. Yeah, the thing though is, if these guys hit an Ancient Debris, they'll give you 24 Ancient Debris whenever they proc one. The weighted chance is still pretty low. And I think we were getting a bunch of the other nether ores now. I think Azarine starts granting you more of these. Let's see. Oh yeah, we've got, you know, Topaz and Heliodor and Turquoise and stuff. So our chances have shifted even lower for getting the things we actually want from this now. Because of the fact that it only gives you one item at a time, but still. they're now much quicker, and whenever they do make a hit on the right thing, it's for a juicy amount. Cool. These guys should get us plenty of the good old Cerium for our next set of Void Miners later on. If I don't have time to stream, I'll probably still record like a small segment of adding a few more miners in. I might get on, a day or two from now, and then upgrade the miners to the next tier, and then do that to tier them up. I just record that, so that's a bit in the video. But I think with that, that's pretty much all we got time for today. But that's not too bad. We did pretty good. We got nice home going on. We got some other starships operational, so we got some extra space to play with here. We can finally get all that stuff moved over and start advancing that as well. We have enough netherite now to do the higher tier stuff. We did set up that guy this like today, like we finished actually automating him. And we can start moving into blood magic next time we're on so that we can keep making our progress. Yeah, I think we're doing pretty good with this now. Not too shabby. Well, I think that's going to be it for me, guys. Thank you guys so much for dropping by. Did have a couple people drop in, which is always nice. Always nice. If you somehow watched this far into the VOD as well, thank you a bunch. You're an absolutely fantastic person, and that really helps me and my channel. And I hope you all have an absolutely wonderful rest of your day, evening, morning, whenever you're seeing this. Thank you so much once again. Peace out. Catch you guys next time.